Hello, welcome to another round of coding adventures. Today we are going to manage a new code for a damage number. So what we have here is, so show it in the scene. We have this damage number here, which is going to be our prefab. I will make this into a prefab, and it is used to show how much damage have we dealt and how much really do we receive and how much damage we receive. So the procedure for this is the following. You know this out of a lot of games. You do damage and you see the number that you do as your damage. So you get the information like what enhance your attack, how much damage do you really do, how much damage do you receive, what is a strong attack and what is a weak attack. And these numbers should show the player and make it more transparent how much damage does each ability do. So I want every player to feel in control, like to know, okay, I have these abilities that do this much damage, and then they can think about how to implement their strategies and which abilities to use in which situations. So some abilities are better against certain enemies and some are not. For example, we have a soldier right here. The soldier has a shield, and the shield can completely block your attack. So sometimes the player will maybe not notice that the shield blocks their attack, and by having a number pop up and showing how much damage you do, you can really train the player to do what you as a developer want him to do, and to show him, okay, now you do damage and now you don't. Of course, in this example, there's a block sound. The projectile is gonna disappear if you hit the shield, and if you hit, there's a big hit sound and hit effect. So actually, you don't need the number there, but you might still want to know. And on the other side, which will be after we completed the implementation of this damage number, we will set up an option in the options menu to turn this on and off. So some players might say, I don't want to see the damage that I do. I want to have that kind of immersion. I want the immersion to play this game without any numbers that pop up everywhere. It's maybe nice to have to understand the game, but I don't want this. It's distracting. So that's something that we need to give the player as a control to just turn this off. If they don't like it, just turn it off and play the game however they like. Okay, so where do we start? We have this game object here, the damage number. And this game object uses TextMesh Pro. And we are going to use a font asset. The font asset is something that you can create with TextMesh Pro. I have done it already. You choose the font asset creator. You choose your font. Here, these are fonts that you normally use just as text. There are maybe some fonts you know. Okay, these are not common knowledge fonts, but Trajan Pro is very well known, and other fonts are Arial, New Times Roman, or whatever you want to use. So I've set this up already, and I've decided to use Enchanted Land. What was important for this decision was that the numbers are not too fancy, maybe have a little bit of style to fit a vampire game. This is a vampire game, and this is why this can be a little bit medieval, but I don't want this to be over the top medieval. Yeah, so it should still be very clear. The number has to be easily readable in game, and you have to read it fast. And then if you decided for font which you like and is easy to read, you just generate the font. This is going to show you how many characters I include here. It says 97 of 99. I don't exactly know which two characters are missing. Maybe some maybe the euro sign or something, but I don't care. I have all the numbers here, and I'm not going to use anything else than numbers for this font, so I don't really care what is not included right here. So, and then you click save. So I've already done this, and now we have this awesome font, enchanted material, enchanted land. This is the font that we use, and to generate a material that we want to use, we could use this right now, but this we want different types of material settings. To have different kinds of material settings, you need to create your own material for this. So the advantage of this is here I use this material. You see that immediately shows that I use this material, and the advantage is now I can use an outline which makes it a little bit more visible. Normally the player is going to play like this kind of resolution, and he's going to have a normally I think the normal player will have 1920 times 1080 pixels or more, and everyone else you have to think there is the exception, but when you play such a kind of resolution, the number is going to be approximately this big. And now I can decide for an outline. I have some other possible settings that I could use, like I could make the number shine or glow. We will have some settings for inner glow, outer glow, but I don't need this for this damage number. I talked about it like maybe fancy, like having it glow if you really do a lot of damage, but I thought it was too distracting. And actually, if the number is glowing, the each letter is going to glow into the next. It cannot glow into the next number, and it makes it all a little bit fuzzy and harder to read. And these numbers really don't pop up for a long time, so these numbers don't go for anything too fancy, I would say, and give them small outline, maybe if you decide so. So they stand out in different environments, and that's about it. Now I could, if I want to, now use a different outline, and this outline has a purpose just to make it easier to read, and I think it's something between 0.01 and 0.5. So let's go for 1075. I think this is a good outline, still likely visible in this resolution, and barely noticeable, just helping a little bit with the identification of the number. The other thing that you can do is maybe use two colors and let them fade into each other. I'm not using it right now. I've seen that it's possible. I don't know exactly how it is done. But I wasn't going to use that anyway. I think you can set the color here into some kind of fade effect. But we are going to just display one color and maybe experiment with, if you do more damage, then you maybe go lighter, and if you do normal damage like 20, 25, it's going to be a dark color. So you can maybe see this is not as much damage, this is more damage. I don't think that it would make sense the other way around. This would be not much damage and this would be a lot of damage, because this doesn't stand out as much. It doesn't look as aggressive. I think this really sticks out. Like if you do a lot of damage, then the color is brighter, like just more expressive. So let's go for first. Let's set a default color. I think this is okay. This looks like a good default color. And now, in the first phase, I wanted to just see the numbers. So every number has to be clear and readable. If you see your damage, and now I'm going to just show 90, like you do 90 damage. This is the normal damage amount that you can do in this game is between 25 and maybe 500, if 600, if you really power up your abilities. And that's about it. If you can double the amount that you do at with a certain ability, so you can actually do a lot of damage with single attacks. It's really rare that you do such a huge amount of damage. So let's see. Yeah, going to be 3 digits at maximum. I don't think that we will ever do more than 1000 damage. And yeah, that's about it. Now, the next phase is, and I've actually prepared this. The number is going to get a script. This is the info number script. Info number control. What I call it. I want to. Well, I cannot do this underneath the material, I think. No? Doesn't look like it. Info number. Oh, okay. I think Unity wants the material to always be at the bottom. I wanted to add the script underneath, because for me the material belongs to this text font, and it would have be a little bit more logical to have this in a group. But Unity doesn't want it to wants us to do that, and it's totally fine. It's not going to kill us. I mean, everyone who works with Unity a lot has noticed that the material is always at the bottom. So in this we need a class, info number control. And the first thing that we want to grab is, of course, the text field. It's compiling. Oh yeah, I pressed enter 2 times. Backspace. It's going to compile nothing. And we want to grab text mesh pro text, and we want to edit this field, text field, and we want to be able to set color gradient. This is how you use two colors. Oh, this looks nice. Okay, first let's just experiment with this a little bit because I just like it. So the gradient, if we set two colors, oh, it's looking not too bad. Normally, if you don't set the gradient into a weird kind of color, it looks fine. Maybe looks better. Yeah, and then we can just go a little bit darker and brighter here. Maybe set this to red. Let's try this out. So if you want to make the color darker and more bright later, when we want to edit the color according to how much damage you do, we have to make sure that we only want to edit this color. We only want to edit this color. Like this should be the default. But this doesn't look too well. This is a little bit too dark. And this should be the maximum amount of damage. And this is not bright enough. So let's look how the cars add together. I think they I'm not sure if they multiply or add. This is good question. They multiply or add? Yes, so it's getting into black. If we use the opposite side of red, then when we come to red, going full brightness. I think they add up, because if they would multiply, moment. Oh, they could multiply. Because there's zero red in the gradient, and if they would multiply right now, there's zero red, zero. There's zero red in the gradient, 0, 0. If they would add up, it would be white. If they would add up, it would be white. And just try this out. Okay. Yeah, it's starting to be black in the moment. We are in the range of 0 red colors. Now you see that the R value is 0. So this is a multiplication. So it multiplies these three numbers with these numbers. So how do we use this? How do we use this? It's a question now. So it doesn't actually matter if we use a wet color here, full wet color, put those two at 0, and it doesn't matter what kind of color I use here, it will always some kind of red. It will always be some kind of red. I could go into green. It will not change its color because it's multiplication. Since it's multiplication, I can just use black and white. I don't need to set a color here. I just can use black and white. So you see when I go and only change the green and blue values, nothing is happening because it's multiplication. It should go a bit dark. It's going darker at the bottom. Good. And we don't want it to be this extreme. Now let's try it. And first, the black part cannot be 0. Let's go for maybe 100. First, go for 100. Doesn't look that strong actually. And maybe this is too much. Go for 50. Because it was barely noticeable before. Go for 50. Now you can really notice that there's a gradient. And I get rid of a little bit width there. I can't see the lines. Go like this. Don't want to see that T. Annoying me a little bit. You can turn it off that you don't see this T. Would be these two. No. Because it says TextMesh Pro. This is a little bit weird, but I'm pretty sure that turning off TextMesh Pro, because this is TextMesh Pro text, should disable the T right now that we are seeing, and looks a little bit bugged. So I just turn this off because I need to be able to see this number like you would see it in game like this. You just have a visual confirmation that we do actually something that is good and readable in game. So what I want to do is maybe have this as the darkest damage number. I think this is still too dark. I think this is too dark. Let's go for maybe 200 at maximum. And the more damage you do, like if you do more than 100 damage, it goes brighter. So you have a little bit like confirmation, like you know now. Okay, I think you can go to 155. 155. And for every damage you do more, you go up in the red value one more. Okay. And then you know you do a lot of damage when the damage number is spiked. This is how we will do it. Okay, so let's set this to 155 at default. And look at the number. I think that's okay. Let's work with this. I think we can work with this. The size of the number seems to be convenient right now. It's roughly the same size as numbers of the player UI. This is the player UI. You see this heart. This is where the player sees how much health he has and how much this bar is how much time he has until he needs to drink blood. Okay? So this number right here should be roughly the same size as the numbers here. I haven't gone for anything fancy in these numbers though, because I tried out a lot and in the end I used a pretty basic design. I felt the other styles were not as readable. Maybe change this again. Now that I think about it, I want to try out a font immediately. I've recently downloaded a font. This is Arial, which is pretty basic. Maybe I've never really set this up. It's a little bit weird. It's not good. None of these numbers are good. No. I think this is a very funny number. It's easy to read. It's better than Arial. Not 100% convinced though. And maybe a little bit too blocky for a vampire game. Let's just try it out. Because I think Arial is a little bit too boring. The most important thing of the fonts is they have to be easy to read. And I think, I don't think this is good. Okay, this is not good for the top part, because the top part, you basically have half of a pixel inside of the zero here. This is not easy to read. This just looks like a big square or something. So I can't go with this. This is not the easy font that I can go with. Belgium. It's a little bit problematic. It's hard to see like it would be this big normally. It's a little bit hard to see because of the UI. Middle number is a little bit behind this blue circles, which is annoying a little bit, annoying me right now. You turn this off somehow? Don't think so. No. So we have to deal with this. So these rock fonts actually might be suitable. Let's try it out. Copy the font. And use it. I think the also this x0 is the amount of life we have, and in this game they are called souls. Let's look at this. Looks a little bit sleeker. Really looks sleeker, a bit more stylish. Not 100% convinced. Okay, let's change the alignment. So see that the x0 is always 100% under the soul match. Okay, now back to our real task. Oh, I should actually show this in the stream UI. Current task, not an invulnerable block effect. It's show the damage amount, the amount of damage we do. So let's change the text for the stream. No damage done. Okay. But now everybody who's joining the stream can maybe follow this a little bit and see, okay, we are talking about how much damage we do. So this damage number, what we want to do is first in the script grab the text. So for this we need to import TextMesh Pro, and we're going to set up a private variable for this. Private TextMesh Pro. I'm not sure if this is the text. I think it's TMP text. I think it's TMP text. It's a little bit confusing sometimes to work with TextMesh Pro, because you have to search for TextMesh Pro, want to initialize a variable, and then you just make a TextMesh Pro variable, but it's actually TMP text. I think that this is a little bit unclear. They shouldn't have done for that. Maybe had the char limit or something. I don't know. A character amount limit. And we're going to call this text, I don't know, text component. I don't have a fancy name for that. Doesn't matter. Okay, text component is get the component TMP text. So what we grab the TMP text component that is on the component where the script is on, and then we want to have some functions. First, we need the update function, and we want to fade. We want to fade the number in game is normally you do it like this. Number goes a little bit up, going to rise and fade out. So you have this fade out effect. It looks like naturally you do 50 damage and fades out. Okay. And we're going to do it like this. Pretty much straightforward. You see what we have to do here. Fade out. You could also change the size, but I don't think that's a good idea. If you are going to change the size, like these are the most common disappear effects. Fade out and set the size to 0 over a stretch of time. It's a little bit hard to read. If you would make it smaller, the number, you couldn't read it if it would get smaller every over time. If it would go, so fading out, best way to go. And we also want it to display and go up. So with going up, I mean like do 50 damage, it goes up and fades away. Like in amount, we have to try this out. I think it's about 1 or 2 seconds. I'm not quite sure how many seconds are looking good. So what we are doing is public float fading, total fading time. So the total fading time is going to be the total number of time we need to fade out. And after we fade out, we are going to destroy ourselves. This way, the game object is not going to be in the processor memory anymore, and we're done. Good. So what we want to do is we want to check first if we want to destroy ourselves, because this is the most important function. And if we want to destroy ourselves, everything else doesn't matter. We don't want to do anything else. So so when we want to destroy ourselves, it's when the text mesh component, the color component, the alpha channel has reached 0 or is going to reach 0. So we are going to introduce a variable float new alpha channel color, new alpha color, new alpha color, color alpha, new color alpha. Okay, new color alpha. That's a good name. So first we want to calculate. Let's write some pseudocode. Calculate new alpha color. Then we want to check if alpha color is 0 or less, and if so, destroy. Then if we have checked this, we are going to set the alpha color. Pretty straightforward. Set alpha color. Color alpha. Whatever. It's pseudocode, it doesn't have to be good. We only have to understand the logic. And after we have done that, the second effect we want to do is it should float up. So to float the number up, we want to set position y. This is the height of the number we want to set this up like, I think this is like two whatever this is, numbers of, I don't actually know. This is a world position, two world position coordinates. I want to know if this is the world position. Sorry. Just can you please be a transform? No, it doesn't. Yeah, this is the world position. This is the world position. Yeah. This is the world position. So we want to increase the world position by approximately 2. So this is our second float that we can estimate in the code. I said it's about 2, but I might maybe change my mind later. So just set it as a public variable, and we can edit it whenever we want. And this is just so we don't hard code it. Total height float. Oh no, don't use float. Float is reserved for floats. Going up. I don't know. What would be a good name for this variable? Total height increase. Over time. Okay, total height increases. If I would write over time, be a little bit too long, I think. Well, it's only for me, so I don't care. Over time. I love long names. This is like way over the top. I love it. So set new height. And this is pretty much it. This is pretty much it. What we also need to know is start time. We need to know when we have started. We need to do this before the first update. And start is conveniently called before the first update. Perfect. And why is it not? I think to write this out. Starting time is time. Time. And we are ready to go. Now drag the Twitch soundtrack by Twitch to the second monitor. Sorry. We don't need to see this right now. This is a camera border. I edited the camera border. Not going to need to look at this right. Okay, now this new color alpha. We want to set this now. Need to know the start color alpha. Oh, it's 255, yes. Going to be 255. And we will, sorry, we will have function, public function. Sorry that I'm not programming the update function yet. Right now, I'm starting with just a basic structure, what we are going to do. So this is public void. When we set up the info number, we want to set the color according to the amount of damage. Void setup damage number, info number, and comment the class. Let's comment the class. We need to be a little bit more specific. So what I've not talked about is we don't want to only show damage. Also want to show the amount of heal. And we want to show if the damage is done to the player or by the player. So if we have 3 modes: healing, damage to player, damage to an enemy. Class, which holds controls. Yeah, okay, let's not write control. We already have class and control in the name. Fade out. Fades out. Number displayed when dealing damage, receiving damage, or healing. Yes, I think this is okay. This is good. And later we want to set up public color. We want to have a color for damage dealt, dealing damage color, receiving damage color, and healing color. Now, technically, even enemies could heal, but I've finished every enemy and there's no enemy I can think of right now who heals himself. Maybe because I didn't have a way to display this. Maybe because I didn't have a setting for in the info number which would display show that he's healing, but I also didn't have any enemy where it made sense that he would heal himself. It didn't fit into the boss fights, and the normal enemies should go down in 1 or 2 shots. And if they heal themselves after 1 shot, and so you have to do a second shot, it would. There's no enemy where it would really make sense in kind of gameplay way, because I think the gameplay is simply too fast for healing enemies. It would maybe make sense for certain bosses, but all bosses are done, and there's no boss who heals himself. Just happens to be this. Happens to be this way. Okay. first. Oh, that info number. Set up text. And color by damaged by info type. Okay, now we have a lot of comments. New color alpha. We don't need to remember the old color alpha, because the old color alpha is going to be the saved in the text color. So we don't need to make a new variable for this. And let's pick this up. Text component dot. Now I have to be careful. Which color is this? Color.a. is the alpha channel. Minus. We want to surely we don't need this. Even we don't calculate this, because we know we start at 255, the maximum amount, and then we have to do something inside of these brackets, which is going to be 0 at the start. So we started at second 0 at 255. It's going to go down. It's something with start time minus total fading time. No. No. It's divided by. You have to divide it. Divided by total fading time minus time.time. Time.time minus start time. Let me think for a moment. At time 0, these two will be 0 divided by 2. 0 divided by 2, 0. It's going to be 255. 1 second passes. Time to time is going to be 1 minus 0 divided by 2. This is going to be 1.5. 1/2. Okay. And when it's 2, and this is going to be 2 minus 0 divided by 2 is going to be 1. What is missing is you have to take this total number. I'm going to insert new brackets and multiply it by 255. So in the end, that when we are at 1, the time has passed to be at 0. And with this, the alpha channel, alpha color calculation is complete. This will be 255 after 2 seconds, if the total fading time is 2 seconds, and it will be subtract 255 will subtract this number and will be 0, so it will have faded out. So now we want to check this. If new color alpha is smaller or equal to 0, then destroy the game object. And we don't need to do anything else, just destroy this object, we're done. We have successfully faded out, and we don't need to do anything else. We need to set the alpha color. We are going to use text component color. Okay, it's going to be the new color alpha. And set it like F4. So we need to set the whole color. We need to set the color. Let me check if there's set color. Oh. Need to set the color like this, like equals new color. And what we want to do now is we want to have the same RGB color and only set the alpha. So what we are going to do is Alt R, Alt G, Alt B, new alpha. Okay. And I'm a little bit disappointed that he doesn't say can actually improve this code automatically. Because we are reading the color 3 times here. We're reading the color each time. Normally you do something like this. Like set the alt color equals the text color, and then you don't need to read this 3 times. It would use this variable. I'm a little bit unsure why Wider, the text editor that I'm working with, is not proposing this to me. I'm a little bit irritated right now. Normally it will say automatically, hey, you can improve your code. There's too many reads, and you can simplify that. So because I'm not sure if it maybe is just really easy to read out the color values. Maybe it's not something that we have to worry about. And now we have set the new color. And now we have to set the new height. The new height. We have to first know where we started. With this start time. The color, it's clear. We always have start at 255 for the alpha channel. But for the height, not we don't know where we start. We have to read it out. So I only want to know the height. We could actually use a vector 2 also for the x value, but we don't want to change the x value ever. So we only need the height y value. This value is Rect transform dot position. Do we get the transition position? Okay. Transform, no. Get component rect transform position dot y. And this is also what we are going to set. So if we set this every update, actually want to save the rect transform. So let's save this into a variable. I'm not sure if you can also do it with transform. You will have to recalculate it into the rect transform. So let's just go straight ahead and edit this the rect transform. So we are not going to use an underscore. The underscore, this is a rule. If you publish any code for Unity, you will have to use their coding style and have to look it up. But I haven't used underscore in any of my variables. We never use it. If you're going for coding style, go for it. Go for it in your whole project. Never change your coding style mid-project. Is not a good style. So the rect transform is gonna be a component rect transform. Then we don't need to read out the rect transform again. Just use this rect transform and read the position y. So we remember where we came from. And now we have to set the new height. Now let's start with the calculation first. New height. What is this going to be? Now it's going to be start height plus a value which is going to be bigger the more time has passed. It's going to be something similar to this. Going to be something similar to this. But instead of time to time minus start time. Oh, this is right. But let me think first. Sorry. Let me think first. We have to total height increase over time. So this is going to be 1. When we have passed total fading time. This value is starting at 0 and is going to be 1 at the end of the life of this script. And we want to reach this total height in the end. Yeah, this is right. So if this is for example 2, the height will be increased, this value will be increased by 2 in the end, and we have the right value. So we know the new height value now. Now we have to set it. We're going for this. We have to simply set the position of the rect transform, and we cannot directly set the position y. We have to construct a new vector 3. Because the xy y and z values are read only, and only set the whole vector free for the position. That's going to be position x. We don't want to change the x. We want to set the new height via the variable that we just constructed. And then we want to keep the old z value. Don't care for that. And what is going to happen now is the number. If we set these two variables in the inspector, will fade out. And at the same time, increase in height. Let's just look what happens. Now it's already time to see what happens. Show this. It. And we can just run play. Look what happens. Oh, we haven't set up the numbers. Pause. Stop it. First have to set the total fading time. I wanted both values to be 2. Okay, and play. Now it should should fade out over 2 seconds and just die. Okay. What happened is loaded up for 2 seconds, died, but the alpha channel did not change. Alpha channel did not change this. So we have to find how do we set this vertex color. And what is this? It's not color. Setting the color, but nothing happens. Or this calculation is wrong. But no, I don't think this calculation was wrong, because it reached 0 in the end. We saw the object did destroy itself. So it did reach 0. It did reach 0. It also was floating up. Need to find out how to set this color. Now let's look up the color options that we have. It actually looks like we did set the right color, but it isn't. This is a gradient. The gradient is not what we are looking for. Gradient is what makes this fade from black to more lighter color. And we do something very professional now. We Google it. Set Unity Text Mesh Pro. Vertex color. Okay. Changing the color in code. Probably this is going to help. Okay, color uses floats, not bytes. What color 32 does. Okay, we have used the wrong type of color. Now we have to learn how to set up this color. Okay, it's going to be a value. Going to be a value between 1 and 0. We're using bytes. that use floats of a range of 0 to 1. Simple. So instead of starting at 255, just start at 1. We want to subtract 1 in the end. This is it. Explains why we didn't have a fade. Because 255 is just way more than 1. It did set to 1 and nothing happened. And then it did go down to 200, 200 150. It's all more than 1, so nothing was being shown. Alpha channel cannot be more than 1. Now it should fade out. And it did fade out. Look at this again. Now the next thing we might want to do. Okay, I say not mic'd. Is have a delay until it starts fading. Fading delay. Now let me explain this. With this number, and the player does damage to this enemy. This number 50 is going to display. If it immediately fades out and starts fading out, then the player will have difficulty reading the number. We want the player to have a chance to read this number with its full alpha channel on. This is why we are not going to fade out immediately. We're going to have a small delay and then fade out. So now have the fading delay. And what are we going to do is simply that we're going to check if fading, no, not in caps please, check if fading delay is over. Yeah. If the fading and only if the fading delay is over, we're going to do this part. So let's put these in brackets. And we need to have an if clause. And this is simple. We only have to see if the time that has passed since the start time is bigger than the fading delay. It's as simple as that. Okay, that's pretty good. We just have to set this number now. And I'm going to change the total fading time because the two numbers now add up. We could just realized the total fading time we need to introduce a new variable for this. Because if we immediately start with this, in the first frame that the fading delay is over, this will be will already be like alpha channel will suddenly fade out half of the color because it's not starting at 0. So we have to oh no, we don't need a new variable. Just have to subtract the fading delay from this. Yeah. So this way we'll start at 0 when the fading delay time is over. This is a little bit confusing, but let me just show it. It works. So let's make a fading delay of 0.5 seconds. The player, or let's just start at 1 and have the total fading time of 2. Yeah, that's okay. Total fading time should never be below the fading delay. If so, I want to throw an exception. I just see this. It would be dumb if the total fading time would be... Oh, this doesn't make sense. The total lifetime. I have to rename this variable. Total lifetime. Yeah. Total lifetime. It's going to set itself to 0. Because the total fading time is a lie right now. It's the total lifetime. The total lifetime should not be below the fading delay. May want to throw an exception here. Total lifetime is below the fading delay. Whatever. Let's just... It doesn't matter. Does it? It did not look like 2 seconds. This did not look like 2 seconds. Okay, let's do it again. And I pretty much had the feeling like this was 3 seconds. And it would add those 2 times. That's 1, 2. Okay. Debug. Because I'm pretty much guessing the time. Time passed. Time passed. I want to know how much time has passed. Because I'm a little bit confused right now if this was really 2 seconds or not. So this should be how much time has passed since the start time, or in other words, the total time passed. Let's check this out. Time passed 4 seconds. That is pretty unexpected, I have to say. So 4 seconds have passed, and I don't know how. Let's look what might have happened. Total lifetime is 2. total height increases 2, fading delay is 1. So what I did expect was that the fading delay somehow added with the total lifetime, and this would be like oh, I know what, but I thought this would be free, so it would wait 3 seconds. So what happened here is it subtracted the fading delay from the total lifetime. We subtracted. Oh, we did not. We did not. Oh, there has to be brackets here. This is what happened. We did this whole segment and then subtracted the fading delay, which does not make sense at all. And since we subtracted from 1, a lower number means we have to wait longer. It doubled the time because 2 minus no, it's this thing. I don't want to calculate it actually. I think it will work right now. Whatever. Just corrected the brackets, and now we will have 2 seconds will pass, and the number will have faded out. Let's try it out. Oof. 1 second. Okay. So we wait 0.5 seconds. This is a fading delay. It's 0.5 seconds. This will be 0.5. I have to think, do I have to subtract the fading delay from both sides of this equation, of this division, or just from the left side? It's something that I cannot do very well with words. Let me just think a little bit. So the first part is this needs to start at 0. I want this to be 0 at the start. So since 0.5 seconds have already passed, we need to distract the fading delay from this equation. We can do it like this. We can immediately subtract the fading delay from the current time, or subtract it from time which has passed. which is going to start at 0. We need to set this into brackets because we don't want that this that the total lifetime is divided from the fading delay is divided by total lifetime. And we don't need those brackets. Now at half a second, just make go this through. 0.5 minus 0.5 minus 0.5 is 0. So this will be 0. And at this moment, this doesn't matter. So at the start, this is right. After 2 seconds have passed, the total lifetime is over. Two minus 0 is 2. 1.5. This is after 2 seconds. This is 1.5 divided by total lifetime. Which is 2 in this moment. So after 2 seconds we are not at 1. We need to be at 1. So we need to subtract fading delay from the total lifetime too. Okay, now let's look at this way. It should work from start to end. Little bit of math, I know it's boring, it has to be done. And I know I'm not the best mathematician. I think it doesn't matter, but in the end matters if function works. So, how many seconds have passed? 2. Perfect. This adds up. Total lifetime is 2. Time passes a little bit over 2. This is right. This is when the update function was called. It's not exactly at 2 seconds. So perfect. We had a small delay of 1 second, and we can change the value later, however we see fit. For example, I'm not sure about the height. This is good or not, but we have the flexibility to change this on the spot, like just an artist. If we would be a coder in a big game, like for example, we would be finished with this task like now, and the map editor people would take this over and adjust this later how they see fit. And there's also some designers and artists who are going to think a little bit more about this and then just adjust them to their calculations or just how they feel about this. Then it's going to be tested. But yeah, this is why you need to be able to change these values fast. And have this public float. You could also use a serialized field if you want to have more control over what the user can put into this field. But this is pretty much what we think we need. There's not much more to this. The next part is when we going to call the script, there's 3 colors that we can set. When we are dealing damage, when we are receiving damage, and when we are healing. Each of these colors should be different. Now, when we are dealing damage, we're going to use right now this color here. And just copy it in hexadecimal. In hexadecimal, it's going to add these values together and just paste this hexadecimal value back into this field. Now we have it. Receiving damage. Now, when we receive damage, we want this to be in another color. It would be nice to have this in red. Like red is bad. But we are already using red for damage dealt. Now we know that green will be healing. It could also use another color for healing like blue, but let's be real, healing is green. Healing has always been green in every game since 10 years or so, so healing will be green. So damage received can be yellow. And this is yellow, 140, 140. It's going to be a strong yellow. Or it is going to be some kind of purple. Let me think about this. If you use like some kind of purple, let's use 155, 155. I'm not sure if this is a good idea to use purple. Might be better in yellow. I don't think blue is a good idea. I don't think blue is a good idea for damage received because blue is such a neutral color. But we could also later swap damage dealt color and received. I don't think it would be nice to have damage dealt in purple. Then I think this would generally look confusing. I don't think it's a good color for damage received either. So let's go for yellow. Oh, it immediately picked the right color. 155, 155. What are the chances? Okay, now we have the damage received color. We might swap out damage received and damage dealt color, because I'm not sure if this is ideal. Because we associate red with negativity. And yellow might be easier to read as damage dealt. And our healing color will be green. These are our colors. Very well. Okay, let's stop thinking about the color. We can change these later. These are good preset. It's time to code. So we have set these colors, and we want to set these colors according to which type of damage we dealt. And we can do this in two ways. First, what we want to is just have a float or integer. I think it's integer. Yeah, we need an integer damage dealt. We're going to set the text of the text mesh prof text field according to the damage dealt. And the second thing we want to do is we want to set the color according to the mode. We can either use an integer like 0 is damage dealt, 1 damage received, 2 damage dealt. Or we would define, we're going to define this in enum. And let me think about this for a moment. I think I have an enum here. This is how you define an enum. To look this up, I wasn't sure if I had to write public. So we define this enum damage number type mode type. I would say it's the type. There's 3 types right now. Damage dealt, damage received. Oh, I think you write them big letter. Damage received and healing. Going to use this new defined type right here. Just write number type. Okay. So the first thing that we want to do is set the color. Oh, no. We go for the easy part. Let's go for the easy part first. Damage dealt. Component. Set the text to damage dealt. It's an integer. We have to cast this to a string. To string. I think is this the right function? Well, I don't know. Integer to string. Integer to string C#. This is the best way to do this. Into string conversion to string. Sometimes this is very basic actually. I was just having flashbacks from Java where it's integer, pass int, and you had to do something. Yeah, it's not in C# actually. Oh man, C# integer parse int. Does it exist? Oh yes, it does. It's I think it's used to pass an string into number, vice versa. Okay. I'll forget this soon and Google it up again. It doesn't matter. Computer scientists always forget the easiest type of it. So first thing, absolutely not amazing here. Set up the text to the damage dealt. Nothing really to do wrong or think about. And then according to the number type, going to set the color of the number. And we are going to use a switch case for this. Switch case. Oh, it even guesses that we want to use the number type. Case. Damage dealt. Do I have to this? Yes. Yeah, this is how it does. Oh, this is switch case use. So we don't want to use if and this kind of situation. Switch case is how you do this. They make theoretically there could be we could define even more number types for special abilities or something. And then we don't want to go into an if else coding style for dozens of number types. We want to have a switch case because it looks so much nicer and you can read it just way faster. And I actually don't even look up what is more efficient. And because switch and if are very basic, and it's not important how fast they are. It's way more important that we as coders, that the people who read our code can understand the code very fast. This is why the switch case is much better in this situation. In the case of damage dealt, I want to set the color. This color to damage dealt color. But we want to change something. We want a public integer for the full brightness app. This value, when we are doing so much damage, we want to display the color in the full brightness that is possible. I don't really like how we count this right here. I really don't like this. This bad no, it would be what I was thinking about would be a little bit easier. To swap the gradient colors with the vertex colors. This would these would be the color. And the vertex color would only be the brightness of the color. We could set these with the code much easier. But I think we can work with this. No, actually, I think we can work with it. It's gonna be a little bit tricky. Oh, we do it. Let's not set the color immediately. We want to save the color. New color. We want just to save what kind of color we use first. We will have 3 cases. Damage dealt, damage received, healing done. Set the color, new color variable to the new color variable. Now the new color is what we are going to use for our next step, which will be that the brightness of the color according to the amount of damage. Done. Okay, and now we actually want another int, John. It's going to start at 50, I think. Which is lowest brightness cap. So when we are setting this color and we would start at 0, we would never actually see the number right here, like 50. The weakest abilities do 50. And I think there are some abilities who do like 20 damage or repeatedly do 1 damage. That's about it. And for these abilities, we want to use the same color just to show this is weak. This is the lowest type of damage that we can do. And if we would start at 0, we would never see this color actually, because we don't have an ability which does 0 damage. We want to start at this. This should be our lowest starting point. So, we have this color now, which has the color we have set now have a value from, and their color values from 0 or 155. And since we are using color 32, these are going to be converted into a value between 0 and 1. And it is going to be something approximately like 0.62. And according to the brightness. Holy shit! This is so tough to talk about. According to the brightness, according to the damage dealt, the brightness of the color should change. So first we have to find out what is the maximum, which is the maximum value for the color 32 in R, G, or B. Okay. Let's take a look at color functions. Do we have color functions? Conversions. And these are just some HSV another type of to display colors, but it's not 0 to 255, I think. I think so. I actually don't want to use it anyway. Don't want to use this. It's a lerp. Okay, lerp might be the answer here. So what we want to do now is the problem with the cable. What we want to do now is we have a color A, starting color, with a color B, our destination color, and a float. The flow is, if the flow is 0, it returns A. If it is 1, it returns B. This is exactly what we want. This is exactly what we want. This is exactly what we want. Let's just copy this. So, the new color, you can just overwrite the color. A is the color, is a new, oh, it cannot. Let's initialize it as black. Okay. We need to set a value first and just use black because black means 0, 0, 0. And but we actually will have initialized the color every time. There's actually no case. We could write a default case as that would also guarantee that we set the color, but not necessarily. It would not necessarily improve the code. I think it would be bad for the code if you would write a default case. T is going to be something with damage dealt minus lower cap so divided by, what is the other cap? Full brightness cap. So I hope this is really clamped between 0 and 1. Because now it could be the case that this is a minus value. I hope that if this is a minus value, that it will just return color A. If this would be, for example, 1 damage, we do 1 damage, minus 50. It would be minus 49 divided by whatever. The end result will be negative because this number will be positive. Since a negative number is lower than 0, A is returned. A will be the color for low damage. Then we have the full brightness cap. Full brightness cap going to be a very high number. This number is approximately going to be 200, I think. Just in my head, we're going to adjust it later, but it's going to be approximately 200. And let's don't forget brackets. Don't forget brackets. Possible loss of fraction. I don't care. Oh, no, I should care because these are integer values. Ooh. We need to do something about this. Possible loss of fraction. Hey, so no, so these are integer values. We need to convert this into float, because then they will always be 0 or 1. We need to convert this into float. So this is going to take a while. Float, maybe float. This is okay. I don't know. It's floating right now. This is odd. I think these are all integer values. Yes, these are all integer values. I have to check this later. It could be that these values will always be 0 or 1 because because of the conversion. So our second case, we do 200 damage minus lowest brightness cap 150 divided by 200. It's not 1. I want this to be 1 at 200 damage. So we need to subtract the lowest brightness cap from this. This way, this will be 150 at 200 damage dealt. This is 200, this is 50. 200, 250, 50. And at 200 damage, this will be 1. This whole equation. And we will return the second color. Now the only thing that we have not defined this whole brightness color. And I actually think we should... Oof, 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 oof. How do we do this? This is a good one. Good one. That's just the variable. To this line of code. And name this full brightness color. And full brightness color. Just try it out. Going to be the new color. Multiplied by 155. Actually, think for a moment. What we want to do is we have these colors that can be new color. Can be like this. These are the colors. We want in the end that 0 values stay 0. 0 stays 0 in our case. If we multiply, this will always stay 0. It's very good. But I cannot guarantee that these values here reach 1. I cannot guarantee that these reach 1. Because this could be infinitely small. And if I have used 255, I think this is actually a very, very bad example. I want to guarantee all the other values, every value that is not 0, going to be 1. It's not 0, it's going to be 1. I'm too lazy. I'm too lazy to read every value and make a switch case or if clause to ensure that this that is going to be 0 or 1. What can we actually do? There may be a function. Not going to work with modulo. Modulo is not going to work. Division is not going to work because we would divide by 0. Cannot divide this value by itself because r would be divided by 0. And we cannot divide 0 with the 0. In the other cases, these would be 1 though. These would be 1 though. I'm too lazy. No, I can just I can just multiply with 300 and what's this? Looks a little bit bad. Ah, damn it. How do I do this? Can I actually read color? Und A. A. I think there is something like this. The color is bigger than 0. Set it to 1. Look it up. Last try. Before I give up and use bad code. Sharp if int is then set to bigger. I thought there is a way to make this a way better. I have an idea. If we set this to a boolean, yeah. Well, let's. Can I convert the bool to a float? Version failed. C# convert bool to float. This is not. This looks nice. Oh, they are going. Oh, I hate if when people use var for variable. Because it's very. Because you never know what is this variable now. The float is boolean. think this looks like the right thing. This might be shortcut. Load F. So how can we write this easier? I think this works. So now, this is a short form. And this is some pro level stuff here. The new color, red value, bigger than 0. Then set this, I think the first is the default. No, then set this to 1. Default is 0. I have to look at this kind of form. I had this form in my head, but I didn't know how to search for this. How does he describe this? Ternary statement. Oh, this sounds cool. Ternary statement. A conditional operator. Conditional operator, also known as a ternary conditional operator, evaluates a Boolean expression and returns the result of one of the two expressions, depending on whether the Boolean expression evaluates to true or false. As the following example shows: string get weather display double temp Celsius to temperature in Celsius smaller than 20, cold, perfect. If it's smaller, this is true. First value is returned. This is bigger. This is 2, 1. R is not 0. It is 1. If this is 0, stay 0. Okay. Okay, this is... Now let's duplicate this. R, G, E. I've actually used the ternary statement. Ternary statement? Ternary statement, or how pros call it, the ternary conditional operator. Before, but this stuff is sometimes a little bit hard to keep in mind, keep in your head. And use this. The full brightness color. The new color now set with this With this really complicated, I have to write a comment here. Set every value to 0, every color value to 0 or 1, depending on if it is not 0. If it is 0 or not. Okay, I don't think we can get a better explanation. So if somebody reads this and he doesn't know how the ternary statement, ternary condition operator works, and read this comment and figure it out. Now we have the last thing that we have to do is text component color. That is, set this to the new color. We have just set up with all these equations. And we're done. We are finally done with the script. Code script is finished. We now have a damage number that pops up every time do damage. It doesn't pop up yet. But we have completed the script coding mechanisms for this. Let's save this up. Sometimes even Unity crashes. Unity has become much more stable in the last 4 years. 4 years ago, Unity crashed way more than today. So, but still, sometimes Unity just crashes for no reason, and then you lose all of your progress. Keep this in mind. Save in some intervals. What can I say? We know how important saving is. So the only thing that I can think of that is going to be a problem now is when we instantiate this game object and call setup info number. But this is called immediately before the next frame. What start is called. I need to look up if awake is called before we call a function. Unity awake. Or if we need to put the initialization of the class of the components into a separate function and call it always first. Awake. Use of before the application starts, because only once during the lifetime of the instance. Yes, lifetime. I want to know if awake is called either when an active game object contains the script is initialized, the screen loads, or when a previously inactive game object is set to active, or after game object is created with object instantiate. is initialized. I don't actually know if this means if we instantiate this object, call this function, if awake is called before or not. There's a way to find out. Reading this description, I would assume that it's called. Don't actually think that the says awake method is called when I instantiate this object, awake is called with the instantiate method together. So I don't need to make a new function for initialization. The problem that you normally have if you have start, you're setting up your script in start. In this case, we have a text component and we want to set up this variable. This is going to be null, the start of the script. And before the first call, start is called and set this to the TMP text mesh pro text component. It's the component and sets up this variable. The problem is if we instantiate this the game object with the script and immediately call up set up info number, and this is what I want to do in this case. We will not call up start. Text component will be null. And the first call in this method is to the text component. And what will happen is the text component text will immediately throw an exception because it is not set up. So awake. Swap out start to awake. Awake is called immediately when the object is instantiated. We don't have to worry about this text component not being set up when we first call this for this method. Yes. Okay, now we have to set up this image number and instantiate it. But I don't want to pass this prefab into every of the 20 or so enemy types, the player and ability that we have in the game. I don't want to do this. I want to call this function this prefab inside of the enemy stats. It's a hit function here. It is going to call every time he's going to get damage. Then we are going to show the number of damage, the amount of damage dealt. Go into the enemy stats. So we have here, what we have here is hit function. So push it is just adding some force and pushing the enemy into their direction, but in the end it's always going to call a hit function. And this function is a bit long. Nothing too fancy. Maybe 50 lines of code. So, ooh, don't like this. This is unverwundbar. German means invulnerable. Vulnerable. This is the old name of the player. We name this the player character. Player character. That's the weird thing going on with the editor. Dev material is assigned but never used. But if I delete this, it actually is used. I don't know why it's thinking it's not used. Because it is used. I don't know what's going on with this. Oh, it is assigned but never used, yes. Right. Assigned and never used. I don't use this variable. Nothing changed. It looks. Oh no! Oh no! No! Ugh. Really no enemy who uses this material, because it's a little bit weird that there's a variable. It's not used by anyone. Okay, it's... Sorry, but I have to check this out. This is a little bit too weird. There's a variable that's just not used. Okay. Okay, everything is working. So yeah, actually there was a variable that is not used. Whatever. What we want to do is make a prefab with this damage number. Let's get straight to the point. This damage number is going to be displayed every time we do damage. But I don't want to set it, give this to every enemy, to every ability to the player, and set up the prefab every time again and again. So what I have here is global variables. This is something that is going to be available in every level. Here I can just because I'm going to need this in every level. And just this is public game object. Range number? No. Info number. Info number. That change number. That change number. Yeah, that's a good name. Should name the script after that change number. Yeah, that's a good name actually. A little bit more descriptive than info number. I'm going to change this. That change number. That change number. Okay. So we have this variable available in the global variables. So there is one thing that I did very stupidly here. That is, I didn't make this static. Now you might ask what would happen if I would make it static. I would have made global variables static from the start. This is a huge mistake. I could just call the global variables like this. And then I would just pick whatever variable I've defined inside of them. I'm not going to change it now. I might change this later, and it's going to be a very boring episode if I do this. But it has what I just want to say, this is a huge mistake. You can do this better. If you define this as a static variable, it will be available to every script immediately, and you don't have to actually grab the global variables instance every time. Then this is actually in another project much better. But it is what it is. We have set up the global variables already in the enemy stats class. And now we want to do following. If the enemy is not invulnerable, and if he's not dead, we want to display the damage done. I have to I have to... Oof. I don't want to go and go through every case here, because this is the case. I think this case, the enemy is killed. The certain things happen here. So we just thought that this is if this is a human, that you have killed a human. And there's also special achievement that you can unlock by doing a special type of attack. And this is just straight up deal damage. This is if the enemy is not bloodied yet. First, if you set him to 0, he will not die. He will show that he's wounded very hard, and set is the enemy will set his health to 1, which is pretty interesting and creates some interesting situations, because then you can see that this enemy is severely damaged because he's bleeding all over the place, and you know that the next attack is going to finish him. And you can bite the enemy much safer if you know, okay, I can bite him. He will not fight back after this because he will be dead. This is how you can safely engage an enemy into melee combat. This is why there's a bloodied state. But we don't care about this all. We only care about if this enemy is not dead, not invulnerable, then we want to instantiate the game object saved in the global variables named the stat change number, which is going to show how much damage we dealt. We want the position to be in the middle of the enemy that we are. Now transform position. We don't want to have a parent. It doesn't need a parent. Does it? No. It would be, that would be distracting if the number would move with the enemy. The number should be instantiated into the world. Just float away. And we need to save this game object. Game object stat change number. And we want to call the stat change number control, and for this function set up info number, and we want to keep this the damage done. Plus, we want to, this is damage dealt by the player. Want to give it a type. This is an enum. We have the enum type damage dealt. Damage dealt means this will set itself to red. We're done. Now every time we hit an enemy, this number should be displayed. let's look this up. Now we need to set up this prefab. Look into number. Set number. Apply this to the prefab, global variables prefab. So now this is available in every level as a global variable. And let's try it out. Ooh, displayed. It was 50 both times. Was not right. It was 20, that was right. Okay, let's try something out. Oh, that was a lot of damage. I have to look something up. Does the boomerang just do the damage? This is not it. Blood magic boomerang. Death effect. Hit. As a boomerang magic. There it is. How much damage do you deal? 120. Okay. That's odd. Not kept. Not kept. Should have displayed 120 for the boomerang. Oh, this is not the boomerang magic player. It was the wrong boomerang. This is an enemy tech. My bad. This is the one. How much damage do you deal? 50. Okay, that's right. Increase this to 60. I don't want this to be the same damage. I think this is too low for late game attack. It should be much higher. Don't need prefab. And really, I forgot to set up the script numbers for the lowest damage. This is supposed to be 50. The full brightness is supposed to be 200. Okay, let's go and look what it looks like. See what it looks like. Okay, small lag. Was the 80? The 80 was, I think it looked like it was behind the enemy. Looked a little bit like it was not fully visible. Okay, let's go to this new UIT here and do a melee attack. Okay, you could see the number was completely red, this is why. What's going on? What is going on? So I want to see what's going on now. If I hit the enemy, there should be a number displayed right now. Somewhere. Where is the number? Where is the number? Damage number. It's here. But the alpha channel seems to be not 1. Alpha is actually... I see what's happening. Okay, I did a mistake in the prefab. I set the color value alpha to 0. Just quite embarrassing. Okay, let's set these to 255. And now the damage number should be displayed correctly from the start. Yep, that looks correct. Great. Okay. The 204 damage there were much brighter. Okay, 400 damage. Okay. What I wanted to show here is that if we do a lot of damage, it's going to be in the full brightness, and if it's low damage, it's not so bright. A small subtle difference between low damage and high damage right there, which is going to make high damage counts more visible. So nice. So good. Now the next part is, now every enemy already does what he's supposed to do. If we hit an enemy with an attack, he's going to display how much damage we dealt. How awesome is that? How awesome is that? Now the only thing that we could maybe not that we can maybe also change is the scale of the damage number. So that if we don't do a lot of damage, scale is going to be a little bit smaller. If we do a lot of damage, it's going to be bigger, because we like big numbers. I'm a big numbers guy, you know. No, I'm just kidding. Now, how do we want to do this? And then we are really finished with the damage show-off. And we have this. Oh no, we are not finished, because I've forgotten. And I don't think we will be able to do the everything today. We also need to have a public boolean which displays show change numbers. Like display. And actually want this to be true for now. We'll set this up later. This boolean is going to be important because we are going to add an option in the options menu to change if we want to see this numbers or not. Because for the immersion, some people might not want to see this number, and we have every time we instantiate, we have to, before we instantiate, ask if in the global variables variable play change numbers set to true. And if this is set to false, don't show these numbers. So we have full control now. Some people might not want to see numbers pop up when they do damage. They just want to play the game and have a full immersion and not see any numbers pop up everywhere. So what now? We want to change the size of that thing. Look at the size of this of that thing. Okay, so we need another float, I think. What are we going to call it? We want to say smallest size and biggest size, lower limit, size upper limit. This sounds a little bit nice, a little bit more convenient. So let's go. We want to use the size lower limit. Similar to the lowest and full brightness cap. So the damage is smaller than the lowest damage cap. Size. Ooh. Now I have to be careful what I set here. What is this? The width and the height. Want to... Can't I use the scale? Yes, I can use the scale. Can I set the scale? Glossy scale is just read only. And local scale, yeah, I can set the local scale. This is going to be a new vector. And this vector is going to be lower. Surely I think there's easier way to do this. Math lerp, is this? Math app lerp. And I think it's a size lower limit, A size lower limit, B size upper limit. So we want to lower limit or upper limit. Then there has to be a value from 0 to 1. E. And this is going to be damage dealt. Oh, this is not good. Oh. Sorry. It's going to be the same T as this team. So, don't need an if clause after this. We're going to save a float, which is going to be between the size lower limit and upper limit according to how much damage is dealt. New size. The new size, and then we set up the local scale, the new size. The new size is with the slurp function. It will return us the lower limit or upper limit, or a value between those two, according how much damage we do. If we do low damage, then the size will be very low. If we do high damage, the damage will be size will be very high. And there's a cap. This goes to from 0 to 1. This function here, this evaluation here will be how much damage is dealt, and look how much this will be evaluated. And then we will set the scale according to these equations. Now we need to set the scale in the prefab. Okay, now I've set these values. Out. It's very small. It's bigger. Was a little bit too small. Yeah, the 20 is barely noticeable right now. And that was a very big number. So let's change the lower limit to 0.8. Let's see the lower the lower damage counts and lower damage numbers are barely visible. Yeah, this is visible. Oops. A little bit too big. Okay. A little bit too big. Okay. The upper size limit to 1.5. Trying to scale the damage number right now. Okay. This is not right. What the hell is going on? Looks like a serious bug. This is... Oh, I think what happened is this was hitting enemy when it was side of the player character, and it has a delay before it dies. The player turned around and disabled the attack before it could destroy itself. So it's stuck here. Okay. What I need to do with this is set its parent to null. If it dies, parent has to be null. So no parent can mess around with this change it so it before it can destroy itself. Really weird. Didn't know that this is actually possible, because the player has different different sprite sheets, sprites, which show according if you turn around. And this is the front. This is the back. The back is visible when you climb a ladder. And the game object was attached to the side of animation. Because the front animation showed up, the attack did not finish its script. The script actually just stopped working before it could destroy itself. Which was really odd. I have never seen this, and very good that I actually noticed it, because it's something that is not supposed to be in game. And bugs I like that not supposed to be in game. Okay, whatever. I think the damage numbers were okay. I want to look into Marv F for a moment. Marv F lerp. Community, and I want to see if it's clamped. Okay. So then the value will never be outside of A and B with the clamped version. So this is exactly what we want. This is exactly what we want. Everything's perfect. So now we have two different colors here are unused. The receive damage, the healing color. And we are going to do these next. Now we are going to do a short break. And after that, when I return, I will do this function. So I will be right back, just a short break. I need to get some water. Refresh myself soon. So 5 minutes and I'll be back soon. Hello. So I'm back. Oh, actually, wait a moment. I have to set something up. So, okay, here we go again. Got myself a little bit to drink. Needed a little bit longer to come back because I also had some clothes in my washing machine. Forgot about that. Had to deal with that very quick. But whatever, let's go on. We have programmed a whole lot of functions today for a number that shows up when you deal damage. It's displaying a color according to what kind of damage it is. It has a fade with a delay. So it fades out. You can read it in that it fades out. And the size, the brightness of the color changes according to do you do a lot of damage or not. Also the size. Delicious. Also with some ice cubes. So what is missing now? We are going to show this number right now every time that we do damage. Next thing that we have to do is we want to show this number when we receive damage. And when we receive damage, we are going to show it in a different color. We've set up this color already. We only need to call up the function where we receive damage. So for this, we are going to go into this very old script of the player character, which is also very overblown. So you can see that this is really showing that I was just starting programming, because this has way too many lines of code. Normally you would make 2 or 3 classes out of this, but we have to deal with that. Okay. And maybe we can also change this later. Can also change this later. So what we are going to do is search for the damage function. I might want to use search for some keyword because I'm not finding it actually. It's so many lines of code. Hit damage somewhere here. No. Search for hit. There's a function for this. Handle hits. This is what we are looking for. So this function is called whenever we receive damage as a player character. And we want to do exactly the same as when we do damage. We want to simply show the number, display it, we're done. So, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? There's also an add damage function. which is only called if all the evaluations, if we are invulnerable or not, if these are done. So I think it's even better if we call the display of the damage right here when the health is adjusted finally. Oh, see, there is oh damn it. Oh damn it, we need to display it when we are killed and when we receive damage. The problem is we need to use the same lines of code in two instances. So we're going to make a new function. Always, if you use the same lines of code, make a new function. Never copy paste the same lines of code. Never. Not a good thing to do at all. Because you later look at them up, change one thing in one of those cases, forget the other thing, the other case, and happens over and over again. So damage number. Yeah, we're going to. This needs to damage. Dump damage. Yeah. And we want to say this is damage received. We're going to call this here. And yeah, these two cases. And we want to show damage. And that's it. That's actually it. Now let's see what happens. Now whenever we receive damage, there should pop up a yellow number above our heads. Or on the character. I think it will be on the character, in the middle of the character, and show how much damage we received. Yeah. Good. Nice.
Hey!
I'm not sure about the colors right now. I think might be better if damage we receive is red, if the damage we do is yellow. Yep. I think we should swap the colors. Color swap. Okay. We do this. That's it. That's all we have to do. Color swapped. Now the damage we get is red. The damage we do is yellow. And I think they are very easy to distinguish. But I don't like the yellow. I actually don't like yellow. Let's go for orange. Let's go for orange. We have a problem, and that we straight up added numbers. Damn it! Oh, we got a problem. Okay, we cannot go for really orange. I think because we have a problem right now, and that problem is sit straight up. Problem is the number is going to be yellow. Oh man. If it's maximum damage. I'm also not so convinced with the darkness of the color. I think they are not visible enough. Let's go for 180. Let's go a little bit up. And I want to try out purple. I want to try out purple once. Now damage dealt going to be purple. It's a little bit too pink right now, I think. Might be not such a pleasant color to look at. Yeah. I think this number is good. Okay, I think we should swap again. So I think red is just a player damage dealt color. It seems to be like every other color doesn't seem to be fitting somehow. And damage to the player is going to be some kind of purple color. Let's try this out. We tried this with yellow. Looked a little bit weird. Oh, it looks right. Not convinced. I'm not convinced. What if I don't make it color. If I make this kind of gray. So we have wet and gray. With these colors are better. Need these colors to be really readable. Swap the colors. I think we can go with this. I think actually can go with gray and red. When we receive damage, it will be red now. When we deal damage, it will be in the gray color. The advantage of this is when we deal damage, it will be easy to read. Because there's so many red colors when we attack, every effect is in red, that it's hard to read a red number inside of red particle effects. This is why the damage we deal should be in a different color. Now, in this case here, the player character is surrounded by red particles. Now let's see if we receive damage and the damage received number is red, we can still read the number very well. Yeah. Just want to look something up. Feeling like a little bit hard to tell. To read this number immediately. I think thematically it would be a little bit more fitting for our character to be red and their character to be gray. Let's try again. Might be a huge mistake I do right now, but I think thematically we do red and they are humans, they do like gray. I can't explain it really because everything we do is red. This is like this is just the way it is. I think it just is not fitting if we get. Damn it. No, maybe both should be red. I don't know. Hey! I don't know, no. It just feels like the damage we receive should be red. Just feels like the damage we receive should be red. the damage we deal should also be red. Oh dear. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Just feels wrong to have these numbers not being red. I need to distinguish them somehow else. I could use the outline and make these white or black, but I don't think that would be enough. I don't think that would be enough to distinguish friend from foe. We just changed the outline. It's not enough. No, it's not going to work. Not going to work. Need. Oh, damage received is red. Go for yellow again. I don't know. I think yellow is kind of ugly. Sorry for yellow fans, but I think it just looks ugly. I also feel like the dark part of the color is too dark. So let's whiten them up. So what I'm going to do is set up the color gradient. The dark part of the color is going to be a little bit brighter, because I had the feeling like we are going too much into black with the color fading in the inside of the number. And it looks a little bit better. Yeah, I think this is barely noticeable. It's a little bit like barely noticeable, but it's actually there. That's what matters. Well, maybe go for a little bit less. I think 85 is good compromise. This is really just now think of taste. Oh, I could also try out a different color mode if I'm only using two colors anyway. Yeah, I think this is it. looks good. Bring up another gradient. Okay, and I'm done. Okay, now we only have one thing left, and that's the healing color. We are not using it at all because we never set up the functions for this. And the healing colors are pretty easy to set up. Healing colors are going to set up in a function that is called inside of the character that is add health. Okay. We are adding health I have to look at this overheal function later because I'm a little bit confused right now. But this add health function is used to basically enhance the character health every time we pick up an item which enhances our life points. So we still have not need these 2 lines of code which set up the number or the info number. So if health is greater than 0, so if we are not dead, we can get health. Okay, interesting. So this, I'm going to change this into not dead. We are not dead. Okay. So if we are not dead, we're going to set up this float integer self-add. So this is how much health we get. Yeah, pretty much. Now we can display the number. And we also want, inside of the stat change number, have a new float integer for low healing and high healing. Because health numbers will be a little bit different. We're barely going to get more healing than 5. I think there's not a lot of effects which add more than 5 health actually. So when we have number type, the number type is healing. And low cap, high cap. Need to initialize these two. For damage dealt and for damage dealt and damage received, caps are different for us for healing. These are caps. That of these functions, color functions and the size functions, we're not going to directly use the damage cap. We're going to use this local variable, which is going to change according if it's damage dealt or healing done. So for lowest, for high. Now it says it might not be initialized. Okay. Now it should. Now it should be initialized. We are always going to set this to one of these three cases because it only has these three. You could use a default case here, but I don't think it's good for the code readability. So I also want to change the name of this. Okay. And now we have to set up these values again in the editor. Okay. And let's see what happens. Okay, this looks fine. Nice. 0? Oh, we are at full health. It didn't display anything. I don't like that. So we don't want to show a number if it is 0. Okay. And there was also a different function for health. First I want to look up the health variable, and what I don't like about health that it's just public. It should not be publicly available. As we special for the character, we don't want to have access to the player health from other functions on this. We want that we only use special functions to set the character values. Health. Need to look at health. And I don't like that max health is not here. And I want to write a new function just for the to display the damage number. Display healing number. And healing. Basically, healing is null. I want to do this. Now, instead of doing all this, I can just insert it inside of this function. And copy this one line of code into every other line of code that I need the same function. I don't need to write the same code over and over again. Max health is now I there's a 5. I think the number is a little bit too big. Zero. The maximum size of the damage number be a little bit less, like 1, 3. And I think the minimum size could be a little bit less, and for high healing, I think that these big numbers with heal looked a little bit over the top. Let's look at functions now. didn't have any damage. Looks a little bit more settled. That looks alright. Super. So I think this. Oh, I have to look up one ability more. So an healing ability, which nowhere it is described. It's the top. Was somewhere about here. The healing function. Also has to still have the code. One line, no. Display healing number. There's a function. There's an ability in the game where you, when you receive damage, you have a small amount, a small delay before you start healing back 50 damage, I think. Oh, 100 damage. You can heal back 100 damage with this ability. Very strong ability, but DLCs with small ticks. I think instead of using this, I should use the add health function. I think this is a much safer way to do this. Because add health is going to do some control mechanisms. Maybe I want to have some special abilities, and then the ability is stuck, and you have a super strong ability and you can abuse the game, or maybe not. Okay, so we're done. The only thing that is missing in the game right now is not hard to do, but I won't do it now, is an option in the options menu where you can set on and off this variable and the global variables is display change numbers. So if you set the oh I've forgotten to check this inside of this function. This is actually not unimportant. Since the hit function, I did not check it. Oh, last function for the day. And handle hits. I think add damage, and yes, in add damage we have this if we have set in the options to display these numbers. So what's going to happen is, if in the options this variable is set to false, we are not going to show the numbers. So we have full control over the numbers, and simply we have made sure to always use this a function when there's a duplicate of the same lines of code. We only have to make this checks 2 times now instead of this function, and just saved a lot of time and effort to adjust this change. Okay, and next time we're going to set up the options, which is going to be very easy. We are going to set up the options so it can change this variable here, this boolean, so that every time we do damage, it only displays the number of damage dealt if in the options the user really wants to do this. You can turn this on and off. Okay, so thank you for watching. This is the end for today, and I hope if somebody was watching this for a little bit longer, that he may have learned something or was maybe a little bit entertained. Thank you. Goodbye.